everybody, welcome back to the flight deck. A bit of a delay, I'll tell you about it in a minute. I'm just carrying on with the setup here, and just going to finish it off as we get going. So just give me a second here to get the last couple of things in, and turn on a couple things, and then we can get underway. So we are currently in London Heathrow, and we're going to be flying out to Gibraltar today. Like one on our series of flights as we do these cargo walks. Flying along Kevin, you can see his DC-6 there off in the distance. No ETC up at the moment, but that's okay. We'll be doing our own thing as we get ready to go. So we'll just get ourselves up and going. We're going to get the aircraft all set up and programmed and ready to go. It was loaded earlier today by the ground crew, and it's going to be a pretty decent night flight as we head down. So thanks for coming along, and we will see you inside the aircraft. Alright, so we're all here on board. We're going to get the stairs and the doors closed. It's rather noisy out there. London is kind of busy at the moment. Stairs are up, the door closed as well. Just going to confirm the parking brake is on, and that is the gear lever there, which we will probably need if it doesn't do what it's supposed to do like in the past. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to come in here, we're going to set up our fuel and load. So for today's flight, we are going to be flying with 16,467 pounds of fuel on board. There's 16,466 pounds. And our cargo today is 19,485. We're going to put that in. So there's 17. We're going to look at our cargo here, and we want our takeoff weight to be 92,150. So just checking our weights. 70. So not sure how those numbers are working out. Gross weight should be a lot higher than that. Just going to come down here and recheck our routing. Yeah, routing is correct. Kevin, what's your fuel burn or fuel load? Right, 16,466. I will take 10 more. And cargo's at 17, 18, almost 19. That's pretty close to what we should be carrying. Well, it's funny how it says our cargo is not showing there. And our numbers here are not changing. That's why it's not putting in our cargo numbers here. Why is that? Why is it? We should have the GPS on board. Why is my cargo load not being entered in? Yeah, that's my zero fuel weight. Or zero fuel weight is good. Showing fuel. fuel is adjusting. 16. Try the restart button in the sim menu. Oh, really? All right. This is turning into quite the adventure today. So I updated my Nvidia drivers, and it would not let the sim run. It kept giving me these errors saying it could be overheating, it could be this, could be that, could be this, and it crashed it multiple times. So I ended up rolling back, and went from there. Okay, let's go in here. Let's see what happens now. There we go. That's better. Alright, so we want to go to about there. And we want 16, 4, 7, 6. We'll go with that. Gross weight is 88. It says we should be at 92. 92, 100. So let's put a little bit more into the back here. Yeah. And we'll add a little bit, is it shift? Alt. There we go, alt. No. So we want 92. Oh, is it the, there we go. That's hundreds. So we'll run this up to 92, 150. $92, $154. Good enough. Alright, so we're now set over here. We can come back to the ramp manager. Everything's done, doors are closed. Pitot covers, wheel chocks are off, ground power is connected. Quick check outside. And we are looking good. Alright, so we'll get the boys to do their start procedures, and we do a before start checklist. And with the aircraft powered on, we'll put on the floodlights.
Completed. Voice recorder. Tested. Oil coolers and cow flaps. Auto and position. Fuel and fluids. Checked. Pressurization. Set. Manifold and duct pressure. Checked. Radios.
There we go. So radios are coming online.
Checked.
We'll get everything up and going. So COM 2, we're going to go to 121.5 as we normally do.
Closed. Door warning lights.
There we go. 121.5 on COM 2, and we'll go to 122.8.
Stay on board. Seat belts and pedals. Adjusted. Throttles.
On nav 1, or COM 1.
Set to idle.
So for our nav, first
Propellers.
waypoint is the Midland VOR of 114.0. It's going to be 114.0.
Before start checks complete.
And then the GWC VOR at 114.75. 114, and we'll dial that to switch that over. It's 1140, and then we want 114.
0297 departing 27 flight,
75.
Golf arrival, initial climb.
Initial heading, we're going to be going at about a 196. So we'll come down here, zoom in. So we'll dial this around to about a 196.
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 6, Victor
Right
Kilo,
about there for
landing on
our
runway 27 right.
first heading on our way out. That is set. We're going to squawk 1000 on the transponder. And we are good for engine start. Kevin seems to be up and going, so we're going to do the manual push via the engines. So we're not going to need our ground push today. So the ground power unit is connected. Cargo doors, once again, we can take a quick look outside. Everything is secure and ready to go. We're going to be heading down here to runway 27 for our departure system on our takeoff. All right. Heathrow area traffic, Caribou 32, stand 603 Southside Cargo Terminal, starting on the stand. And we are good to go. So mixture is set to...
Studio 297 clear, runway 27 right, Heathrow traffic.
Rich.
Heathrow traffic, box 553, 9604, second 10.
Megs are on, pumps are on, start selector is set to 3. So starting engine 3.
3, 6,
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 6, Victor Kilo, taking off runway 27 right.
Alright. Engine 1, or engine 3 is up and running. Now if you check the weather here, 26 degrees, winds are 270 at 13, clear skies, and 1008 is the barrow. There we go. That's about there. Come over to the other side. And that's him set as well. So we're ready for our
Studio 297
next
6000
engine.
climbing 240 Heathrow traffic.
Fixture rich, Megs on both. Fuel pump is on, start selected at 4, starting at 4.
3, 6, 9,
Traffic,
12,
Studio 34 is Romeo takeoff, runway 27 right from section Alpha.
Engine number 4 is now up and going. Waiting for the starter cutoff. There's starter cut. We'll put engine number 2 up to Rich. Mags are on both. There, she's all reset. Starter number is set for engine 2 and pumps are on.
3,
Starting 2.
6, 9, 12,
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 6, Victor Kilo, is airborne, passing flight level 3000.
There's engine number 2.
Flight level 3000.
And engine number 1. So mixture 2 rich.
Heathrow traffic,
Mags are on. Fuel pumps on. Start selector to engine number 1. Starting engine 1.
3, 6, 9, 12,
Boost and prime. Looking good. Waiting for the final switches to come off. There we go. Engines are in low idle, and everything is looking good. You can do the after start checks.
start selecting boost pumps. Off and off. Battery switch.
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird Concord 020 on the ILS 27 on the left.
Emergency lights. Armed. Ground power. Removed. After start checks complete.
Alright, after start checks are complete, come back and confirm everything is good there. We're going to come down to our lights. We're now going to switch over to red light.
Well, Speedbird Concord 020 on the ILS 27, reflect 10.
Quick check down here, we are clear.
Hey, traffic. Speedbird Concord 3, we are in the Victor cul-de-sac. We are ready for taxi in 5 minutes time.
We've got some Concords running around. Alright.
Peter traffic box 556 and 604, push start to 50.
Heathrow traffic, Caribou 32, push and start facing east. Alright. Well, push and start, we're already pushed. So we're going to come over here, we're going to turn on the reversers. We're going to come off the parking brake. And should be able to push back.
Speedbird traffic, Speedbird Concord 006 miles.
There we go. Keeping it gentle. Don't want to get going too fast. Bring the engines down. Parking brake is on. We can swing from here. That'll be fine. Reverser is coming off. There we go. And, oops, sorry. What we are going to do is come up here to the lights and get them on for the taxi. Heathrow area traffic, Caribou 32 taxiing from South Cargo Apron along Sierra to runway 27 left at Sierra 1. Brakes are off. And away we go. This aircraft does have a pretty good turn radius. Hey Roblox, how are you?
Traffic box 556 following the Caribou to Holy Point Sierra 127 F taxi by Sierra.
Alright, so we're going to be taking off,
Traffic Saudi 115.
climbing out to about 3,000 feet. And then I think that's the Concorde that's landing there. And then we will be turning towards the Midland VOR. Aviation fan, hello! Good to see you. How are you? Oh, watch out for the traffic here. I have right of way. Ignore the big fireball kaboom that just
Saudi
happened.
117, this is Jordan, today 111, do I land first or do you?
I think I'll land first on in front of you, so I think we'll be easy.
Okay, we'll do
Nice day here in London. The sun has now gone down. We're a bit later going than we wanted to be. And we do have about a 5-hour flight ahead of us. Luckily, we're not going to be using our... we're not going to be using our auxiliary fuel tank, so we should be good there. Sim freeze is lasting a while. There we go. Not sure exactly what that was. We got an aircraft ahead of us.
Traffic, these are one for lining up and taking off 2 to the right. Oh, 2 for the right.
So today is the first day of, or first leg on this series of cargo flights. It's going to run us from London here all the way down to Capetown, South Africa. And tonight's flight is down over France, Spain, and into Gibraltar. That should be a fun flight. And as mentioned, Kevin is flying along in another DC-6. Fortunately, we're running about 15 minutes behind due to the issue with loading in the sim and the drivers. Oh, Riri, hello. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we're going to be stopping here. We got an aircraft coming in to land. We got another aircraft just pulling it in front of him. Hopefully he's going to expedite. So we're going to hold here. And we'll do our before takeoff checklist.
ILS approach 27 left. Saudi, please expedite runway when you can.
Fuel selector and crossfeed.
Looks like we're gonna have a go around. The times are coming in.
Sugar Concorde 3 landing off fighting runway 27 left.
Concorde, there's 2 planes about to land on 27 left, just so you're aware.
You are 7 miles out, so I think we will be safe.
No, it's Saudi. Looking for Saudi.
Flaps set 20. Windows and turbine.
117, confirm, you landed.
Closed and on.
FM just landed, vacating now.
Controls.
Okay, I don't see the problem. We are going to depart after you vacated.
Detonator. On. Mixture and cowl flaps.
So just waiting for them to go through everything here.
Bridge unlocked.
And vacated Saudi 117.
Transponder.
Super, Concorde 3 departing, runway 27 left.
Landing lights.
Have a nice flight to JFK. 3, 2, 1, let's go, boys.
There he is. That's the Concorde.
Thank you very much, Concorde.
Before takeoff checks complete.
All right, before takeoff
We're rolling.
checks complete, but we do
Roger,
have another aircraft inbound. So we're just going to wait here. We got white turbulence off the Concorde. There's the lights. I can see the lights coming in now of the arriving aircraft.
Jordanian 111.
That's him there.
Heavy final approach, runway 27 left. Please, everybody confirm.
There goes the Concorde.
Super Concorde 3, we're airborne, passing 100.
All right, so while they're doing that, we're going to pull
Thank you
up
very much.
the panel here. We're going to come over here to our load. We are sitting at 92,000, and I believe it's 88 is required. The what takeoff? We are pretty heavy. We're going to be going up to, I think today is 14,000 feet. 12,000 feet is our cruise altitude. So we'll set 12,000 here in the pressurization. stop doing that. Ah, the sensitive mouse. Scroll button. There we go. 12,000 feet is set. We will do the water takeoff. I think he's landed now. I don't see him. Heathrow area traffic, Caribou 32, taking position on runway 27 left.
Jordanian 111, runway 27 left.
Was that you vacating?
Catastrophic DC-6A is my clearing you, taking off runway 26 left pulse and 1 exit departure.
Alright. Well, still not working, so we'll go to this view.
And runway 27 left.
Hi, Nick.
Hi, Keith. Hi, Kevin. I heard you.
Hello.
Alright, we are kind of heavy today, so as I mentioned, we'll use the water injection on takeoff, give us a little bit more power.
Jordanian 111, taxi via Bravo.
And there we go. So we are lined up. Let's do the wet takeoff.
Correction, Heathrow traffic, Turkey 6 Tango Foxtrot Heavy, gate 247, starting official start.
30 inches stabilize. 30 inches stabilize.
Nick's on final behind us.
Catastrophic DC-6A, runway 7
30 inches stabilize. Tail flaps. Tail flaps. Tail flaps set. Full power, please. Going full power.
That's going to put us up to almost 60 inches.
Heathrow traffic, Lufthansa behind me at the 777. Are you gonna taxi soon?
Water injection is on. It's 58 inches.
Full power set.
Heathrow area traffic, Caribou 32 rolling 27 left. See how much slower we are now, even with the water injection, than we were on the last flight coming out of Edinburgh.
Holding runway 27 right.
70 knots. We're going to rotate at 100. 90. 100 knots. Back pressure. And we're up. You're a heavy aircraft.
Osprey, gear up. Gear selected up.
Traffic box, FSA behind, landing traffic behind,
Gear
take
up,
number 2
flaps
to the
up.
back.
Flaps up. Flaps going up.
Into the little bit of a haze here.
Setting meter power 48 inches, 2600 RPM.
Beetle power, maximum continuous. It's 160 where we want to be.
Meter Climb power set. Climb power. Setting climb power.
Climb power coming in.
Approximal pipeline.
Feet. All right, so we're going to come down here. We're going to
Climb power set.
turn the link on. Oh,
After
sorry.
takeoff checklist, please.
Autopilot on. Link. Keep this heading until we get to about
After takeoff checks.
2,000 feet, and then we'll make our turn to intercept the radial down to the VOR. After takeoff checks complete. Put this down. Climbing at about 600, 700 feet per minute.
For runway 26 left, 5.5 miles out for Gatwick traffic.
Very nice, Nick. And hit the traffic box, 553, take position 1 to the left.
The haze is cleared up. Nice moonlit night. Heathrow area traffic, Caribou 32 climbing through 2,000 feet, turning south for the mid-Perth VOR. Begin that south turn.
Heathrow area traffic, runway 27 left, and take.
I think it's Midhurst. Midhurst, yes. Midlands here in Ontario. We're going to keep it well in that 170 or so foot per minute
Sydney 111
speed
disconnecting.
for our climb.
Thank you, everyone.
Again, we're heading to 12,000 feet.
Heathrow traffic, Department for 3 extra lining up on 27 on the rise.
There's the VOR coming around.
Heathrow traffic, Turkish 6 Tango Foxtrot, heavy taxiing Alpha 327 right by Lima and Bravo.
To reach Octavia or
There we go. So we'll switch over. Now we're now tracking the VOR and climbing out nice and slowly.
The traffic box, 553,
Watching
rolling
our
number
speed.
27 left on the max is 1 Foxtrot.
We'll keep an eye as we climb up. You get a beautiful night out here. We are fairly heavy. The engines are working. See the haze there over the London area. There's the airport down there. We're going up to 12,000 feet for today. So I'm just going to give a slight nudge downwards on our climb rate. Keep that up between 165 or so. And again, having a little bit of fun here with the gyro pilot. That's fun. We'll do this manually. We'll just point towards the needles. For most of them, we're going to be able to pick it up as a direct on the needles.
Keep the traffic box, 553, 700 foot, maximum 1 Foxtrot.
flying in that direction towards the. There we go.
Traffic box 553, stopping claim. Into traffic, took 6 Tango Foxtrot Heavy, lining up to center right.
There's 5,000 feet. So don't have any traffic around me. So pretty good. So we got a Tomjet coming in. He's 7,000 feet above me. We're slowly climbing up at about 700 feet per minute.
Into traffic box 553, clear, contact, continuing climb to 6,000 foot.
Heathrow area traffic, Caribou 32, climbing through 5,800 feet, 13 miles north of the Midhurst VOR, last call for Heathrow. Right. So weather down in Gibraltar is currently showing winds out of the southwest. So we're going to be landing on runway 27, which will give us a slight crosswind of 15 knots, given the current winds. But that'll bring us in over the water instead of flying around the mountain. So we should be okay there. And we're going to be doing it in the dark and all that good stuff.
Traffic took 6 Tango Fox Heavy, just taking up to the right.
Alright, there's 6,500. We're going to switch over to
Gatwick traffic,
standard pressure.
DC-6 crossing, runway 26 right, Gatwick.
That will be right there. And right there. So we're about 10 miles out, so the VOR we want after Midhurst is the GWC, that's the 11475 is set up and we're ready to go there. And that's going to be a heading of about 205.
London Heathrow traffic, Tomjet 630, descending 3000, ILS 27, left London.
Alright, so we're getting closer. I'm going to do a couple degrees this way just to keep us tracking.
Yeah, we're traffic EC47, Tango Golf, clear runway 26 left.
We're 7 miles out of the Midhurst VOR now. Make sure we're heading towards it. There we go, 6 miles out. Mentioned we want about a 205. There's 190. There's 205 is about there. There's the coast and the English Channel here. The Isle of Wight over here. We're actually going to be heading off slightly on this direction and then cutting across. I guess the Atlantic side of the English Channel. There's 9,000 feet. We got 3,000 to go. I'm gonna nose down a couple notches. Keep that speed going. All right, we're 3 miles out, so we're going to switch over to the next VOR.
Traffic,
There we go. And the one we're going to want after that is going to be 11445. Dial that in. 11445. And we'll snap back down here. And now we'll turn on to the next VOR, which we're 14.5 miles away from. So we'll make our turn. That's the Golf Whiskey Charlie VOR we're heading to now. Nice moon out tonight. Golf Whiskey Charlie, 12.5 miles out.
Traffic,
and we're coming up on 10,000 feet. Landing lights are already off. That's good, we're climbing at about 600 feet per minute.
Atlantic box 553, currently 6,004, establishing on the radio 193 inbound mid-Earth, 11 miles.
Kevin's about 12, 13 miles behind us. Kevin also did all the planning for this lake. Actually, he's done all the planning for the entire series. So all the turns back and forth are all on him. We flew the aircraft up to Edinburgh to service it last week. So we've got a complete overhaul on engines, props, all fluids topped up and ready to go. Of course, we'll do checks as we go. Once we're down into Africa, we'll probably do a check, see how she's doing. 1,400 feet to go till cruise. Winds are generally out of the west, so out of our right side at the moment, so we're going to be facing headwinds at times. There's 1,000 to go. So the next VOR travel distance is 100 miles. It is the canned VOR, and we're going to want a 179 heading. 179 over here. It's going to be just before 180. There we go. 179. It's 500 feet. There's the Isle of Wight, sorry. And there's the coastline. And the water. 200 to go. 100 feet to go. We'll bring the nose down a little bit. Ease that climb rate. .5 miles to the VOR. And there's 1,200 feet. So altitude hold is engaged. Let the speed build slightly, and then we'll do our cruise check. I'll do that now, since we're pretty much there.
Set cruise power, please. Setting cruise power.
Alright, we're going to turn to a heading of 179.
Cruise power is set.
There we go. And then we'll pop up top. And we'll switch over to the next VOR. Alright, so we're now heading to the CAN VOR. The one after that is the REN VOR. It's 109.25. So we'll set that in. There's 25 and 109. So that is now set. And we're not picking up the next VOR. So we're just going to fly this heading. And it will pop in eventually. We're basically heading down to Caen in Normandy, and it's about 102 miles, about 90 miles across the water, about 102 miles VOR to VOR. Well, in fact, I can take a look. It's 101.7 miles, so that's looking good there. Alright, new driver, or the old drivers seem to be stable. So we're looking good. We're down lower, thicker atmosphere, so our airspeed's not going to be as great. But we are heavy, so we can't really climb much higher. So we're showing an indicated 190. And we're just going to be doing this for the next few hours. VOR to VOR. Been flying along. If you joined us on our tour across the world when we did the Pan Am Clippers, there's many, many hours like this on that series. Flying around the world. I think some of the legs were 8 or 9 hours long. But we're settled in. Fred's brought the thermos with the tea. We've got sandwiches, a few snacks. We'll be good to go. I may have to pop out here and there to deal with First Officer Molly, who's along as an observer, although currently sleeping in the jump seat right now. But it's all looking good so far. So Belgium is up. Brussels control, but nowhere in France and Spain are up at the moment, so we'll see how that goes. Now, in the old days, I'd put up a movie or put some music on. I'm gonna put on the music that comes from Streamlabs. Unfortunately, every single video live stream I've got up on the series on the channel, due to changes, I guess, and YouTube's ever changing. Yes, you can do this. No, you can't. BS. Every single one of them has been flagged for copyright. Not strikes and not taken down, but just saying, hey, you can't monetize this, or if you do, it's going to somebody else. Not that I'm in a position to monetize right now anyway. So I'm not worried about that, but it is a bit of a pain, I will say that. So we are in a position of not being able to do much. So let me pull up the Streamlabs music, Kevin, give me a genre of music you want to listen to. No, nothing. Anyway, how about something in the theme of one of my favorite movie this year so far? Nah, I don't know. It's the Dune. Well, maybe not that one. Let's go with some R&B. Interesting that I can hear it. I shouldn't be able to hear it. Should be pushing out. I can hear it. I'm assuming you guys can. Okay, you guys can hear it. Interesting. So there was something where I could set it so I didn't hear it, but you guys did. No, it's not there. I'm gonna play around with some volume levels. Hang on a second. So if I turn that down for me, are you still hearing it? No, that kills everybody. This is weird because it used to be set where I didn't hear it. But you guys did. Interesting. Yeah, I heard you mentioned you were stopping your climb. Oh, hang on. Oh, no. I thought it was in here. Frozen Donut. I flew for fun, my own pleasure, privately. I flew small general aviation aircraft, and I'm going to turn this down a little bit. I flew general aviation aircraft, and for a few years I flew World War I replica airplanes for a museum. So I've got about 14 years as a real pilot, over just around 500 hours piloting command time. All right, we're picking up the VOR now. So we're going to make a slight course change and just head towards it. Unfortunately, I had medical issues and lost my medical, so this is how I get my flying in now. And I'm in the sim, I'm flying a lot of airplanes I would never ever get to fly in the real world, so it's pretty cool. I'll have to look into that as a how to set up the volume. It looks like they changed things, so it's a little bit more complicated. Yeah, it was going to cost too much. They wanted annual testing and everything, and when you're not getting paid to fly and given the cost of renting aircraft and stuff, it just wasn't worth it anymore. So I started when the 2020 came out. I got back into flight simming because I've been flying flight simulators since I first started back in the 80s, and got back into it. I think I've got almost 4,800 hours in the sim now flying. Everything from little fixed-wing open cockpit biplanes to 747s. So it's pretty cool. So we got some weather off to the east there. West is clear. So we're about halfway across the channel here. As I said, we're heading for Con. Me, I'm in Canada. Finish your multi-IFR. That's a tough one. And then you got, oh god, I hope you're doing better. Yeah, I always stood on the precipice of, do I want to do my commercial and teach? Or do I want to continue on with some of the bigger stuff, multi-IFR type, but again, the cost. Commercial, you're doing your license over again. That's a lot of money. A multi-IFR, you got to keep your IFR requirements up, and a multi-engine airplane is so much more expensive. So when you get to that point, you got to be starting to get paid for flying. Yeah, I never went for a Cat 1. I held a Cat 3 for, well, my entire flying career, but it was just at the end there where stuff started cropping up as I got older, and Transport Canada wanted far too much to sort that out. Not better. It was a good experience. Got other things now. Again, in the sim, flying along, doing interesting stuff. And I've got the puppy, First Officer Molly, big puppy now, just coming to towards the end of her puppyhood. But and I'm traveling right now a lot, so that's doing good. Yeah, they can be, depending on who you get, who you talk to. Yeah, it's I mean, doing it for real is fun, and I still do it sometimes. If I go on holidays somewhere, especially in the States, and it's an area I want to see from the air, I'll go to the local flight school and just tell them, hey, I'm a Canadian pilot, don't have my license with me, and I'll rent the plane with an instructor. They'll let me fly it, and I usually get them to do the radio just because it's a bit different. And we'll just go out sightseeing, and I'll fly the airplane. That's how I got an unofficial checkout in a Cherokee. Never flew one when I was actually flying, but he gave me a checkout in it. So that's how I got some time in a Piper Cherokee. The sun definitely going down now. Supposed to be listening to R&B. Yeah, it is. It's a good way to do it. I read somebody who mentioned doing that, you know, and stuff. So, and they just ask, you know, what have you flown? How many hours have you got? And I tell them, you know, about 480, and a bunch of small single engine different things, mainly 172s if you want to look at that class, or almost half my time is tail wheel. Everything from you know, Super Cubs to Cubs to the replica World War I stuff and that. So I can still do it. It's just I don't do it that often anymore. Yeah, if you got a buddy with a plane too, that works out very well. Alright, so we've got about 208 knot ground speed here, so we're not doing too bad. Got 845 miles to go. Tailwheel is fun. It opens up a whole range of vintage aircraft. I mean, I've flown 170s, 150, well, not 150s, I don't fit. 170s, J3 Cub I managed to squeeze into and do some circuits. Super Cub, I got oh God, over 100 hours in the Super Cub. including the Super Duper Cubs with the 180 horsepower engines. I towed gliders for a couple years, so I got a lot of takeoff and landing and stick time in those things. And then flying the museum airplanes in air shows and fly-ins and some TV and movie work. So it's pretty cool. Alright, so 109.25 is dialed in. That's the Ren VOR. And that is where we're headed after this. This is the Rene Saint-Jacques VOR. It's an 84-mile run once we hit Caen. Let's see the, we'll look up over the window here. See the border of France coming up, or the shoreline of France. It's looking good. But I like flying in the sim. I like flying some of the older airplanes. Obviously, we've got the DC-6 here. Well, I've got the GPS here. I was going to use the GPS, I won't lie. I was going to use the GPS so that I could concentrate on the stream and everything, but it doesn't seem to be working properly, so we're back to doing basic VOR navigation. But yeah, we did the, we've done a bunch of VOR stuff, which was really good. And it was a bunch of, I've flown a bunch of different aircraft on different series. So we've done the, we visited every state in the lower 48 in the Dash 7. That was a good one. We flew the ATR from northern Japan to southern Japan. You know, we did a whole thing of flying around to different airfields in England in the DC-3. I think we did the Spitfires too. We did a bunch of airfields, looping around to the old fighter bases and the Spitfires. So a lot of different aircraft getting a lot of time in. Ice Pilots, yeah. Actually, I was up in Yellowknife last year and was up at their hangar and saw them. They were talking about the 737 they got. So it's pretty cool. And I like doing series like this. We've got a couple more coming up. Eventually, we'll be flying in the Himalayas and stuff. And at one point, yeah, we'll switch it up. We'll do business jets. I've got a whole series of flights planned for business jets. So just whatever I feel like at the time and want to get my hands back into. There we go, we're 21.5 miles out of the Caen VOR. There's the town coming up. I've been to Caen. Lovely old town. Especially the old abbeys. Really something to see. It was kind of neat when I was in Norway, just at the end of July there was in Bergen, was it Bergen? No, Mold. There was a museum where they had saved farmhouses and stuff from all over the countryside. I brought them to this one open-air museum where you could walk through, so you could see the progress of housing from the 1600s all the way up to you know, the late 1800s. How they were built, how they looked, the furniture and everything that was in them. It was pretty cool. Different type of museum, which was really interesting. VOR is on the west side of town. There's the town there, town center. Alright, so from Con down, we're going to be wanting a heading of about 218 degrees. Kind of get that put in. 14 miles out. You're coming up on the GPS there. I'm just using that as a reference. Alright, so we're just about to cross over onto the continent. There we go. $10 miles out. If you ever get the chance to visit the Normandy area of France, very nice, very friendly people. Paris, they were pretty stuck up and pain in the ass in Paris, but up in Normandy, never had an issue with anybody I met. They were great. Make the turn here and then we'll do a check of the instruments. Been to Juneau, I've been to Vimy, been to Waterloo, been to Dieppe, did a bunch of those things back in the day, yeah. So Kevin's behind us, he's chugging along. He's 2,000 feet higher than us. Our speed's down to 193, or our ground speed's down to 193. There's 4 miles. So we're going to come up top now. We'll switch the nav over. We're going to switch the tune in the next one, the NTS VOR 1155. Get that set up. There we are, we're picking it up. So we're going to make our turn now. We'll head towards the next VOR. As we say goodbye to Con here, looking down on it. Nice gentle turn. No use stressing the aircraft out. Again, we are fairly heavy. There we go. 82 miles. Alright, so let's do a run through here. BMEP is all set, 150 is good. Fuel pressure is good on all 4 engines. Manifold pressures are good. Fuel flow, we're about that 600 pounds per hour per engine. A little bit more on number 3. Seems to be burning a little bit more fuel, but it's fine. Oil pressures are good on all 4 engines as well. RPMs on all 4 props are equal, and in SIG flaps are up. Free air temperature, it is above 0 degrees out, so it's not too bad. Pulled the stream back a bit, check audio, seems fine. It should have light music in the background and me blabbering on. Oil temps are good on all 4 engines. We'll just pop up so we can see these. Cylinder head temperatures are equal and good. Number 1's a little high, but nothing out of the normal water pressure. We've used a little bit of it when we took off, so we'll get them filled up when we're on the ground at our next destination. In Gibraltar, carb air temperatures are good. They're just on the bottom of the cautionary, given the warmer air outside, but as long as we're not heading into heavy moisture, we should be all good there. We can move up top here. We can take a look at our differential pressures are all good, and everything is fine. If we pop back onto this side, window defrost is off. It's well, actually, it should be. Do a double check on that temperature. Free air, yeah, it's below 10. It's about 2 degrees, so we should really turn this on. So we'll turn the heater on, 10 to 0. So we'll get some light heat going on just in case we get freezing happening on the windshield. All the other de-icing is turned off. Your audio is great per usual. No, you were sounding fine. I could hear you okay. Alright, so we're heading directly at the moon now. So this is an 84-mile run on this leg, and we're heading now to the Ren VOR. And after that is the NTS VOR. And after the NTS, it's the BMC. Let's make a note of that. And we should have 1155 in up here. 1155 is in and set. So while we're cruising along, let's take a look at our route for today. I'll bring that up onto the screen. Yeah, your adjustments seem to be rather sensitive under that new system. So here's London. We took off out of London here. We came out, made that left turn down to the Midhurst VOR, and then over here to the coast. We just finished crossing over the channel, and here we are heading down to the Ren. So we're going to be flying down the west of France here, down into the Bay of Biscay along the coast, covering this distance down here to the French and Spanish border, at which point we're going to cross over, flying past Madrid. Madrid's over there. Flying to the east of Madrid, down towards the coast here. We're going to come all the way down to, I believe this is Alicante, and then we're going to make the turn here, heading in towards, that's our alternate, and then out over the eastern Mediterranean, and getting ourselves ready to head in and do our landing. We'll probably cut this short, come in, and as long as the winds are still out of that westward direction, just come in and do a straight landing in, as you know the airport is right here, extending across. So if we take a look at it, we'll probably be landing this way. We'll have to come down, turn around, and then we'll be taxiing back into the probably the south apron, and that is what we'll do our cargo business for today. All right, so I'm gonna go step away for a moment. I've got to give First Officer Molly her dinner. She's sitting here looking at me now. So enjoy the music. I will be back in a few minutes. Alright, well, I put her food out, but she's still poking me in the leg, so I think she wants attention. Unfortunately, I've been with her all day. She's a little bit of a clingy dog. Most of the time I don't care, but sometimes I'm trying to do stuff and she won't just go lie down somewhere. So unfortunately not much to see. It is a night flight here as we're heading across western France. Alright, gotta make a phone call. I'll be here, but I'll be back on mic soon. Sorry about that, guys. Had a bit of a emergency on the phone I had to deal with. We're coming up to Bordeaux. So we're getting down to the southwest corner of France and the Spanish border. So that's coming up. We're going to make the turn down towards the border in a minute. So we should be pretty good as we're chugging along here. We're just off the Bay of Biscay. It's over there. One of the most, what do we call it, turbulent or, yeah, I guess turbulent areas of water. I know the one time I was on a cruise through there, it was pretty rough. Do a fuel check, everything is looking good up there with our quantities. And everything's looking fine. But Molly wants to go out, so after we make this turn here in a couple minutes, we'll be heading, in fact I think I'm going to make the turn early. So we're just going to pop up top. We're going to switch over to the next frequency, 114.15. We'll get that in. We'll tune in the next one, which is 1179, going into the standby. And we'll go up to 1179. Pop down here, we'll see 99 miles to go. And we're going to make the turn onto the new heading. We're a few miles early from the Bordeaux VOR, but I'll need the time to run Molly down and get her to do her business. She's poking me in the leg here, as mentioned. So this is going to take us down to the French border, basically, on the, not sure what that mountain range is called between France and Spain. Is it the Pyrenees? But we're on our way about 25 minutes to the next VOR. So once we level out, I'll throw it back onto the pilot's away, and we will see you in a few minutes. There we go. We're going to level off. Give you a view out the front, and there we go. So I'll be back. I'm back. We'll see if Molly eats her dinner. We're 35 miles out from the next VOR, which is down at the France-Spain border. So we're making progress. Go eat your dinner. And everything's trucking along. So, I'm just on the chat. Sim PIC on. Thanks for the sub. Greatly appreciated. See on the GPS, we're just cruising down here right along the edge of the Bay of Biscay. It's out there. Again, night flight, not a lot to see. We're heading down to the BTZ VOR. Then it's, we make a little slight jog and then we turn left and it's a straight shot basically all the way down to, is it Alicante? A couple VORs there, but pretty much a straight line. So I grabbed myself a little sandwich as we're going. Fred's got it packed away. A nice cup of tea as well. See if I remember the codes. Let's check that one out. I think that's under the lunch menu. Ah, spelled it wrong. There we go. So if you wanted to use the redeem feature, you get points through watching and being active in chat. And you can redeem for various things as well. With the moon going down. See her over there, just about to set, about a half moon. We'll soon lose that out of the sky. But we're doing good. Fuel check. Fuel's looking good, about 2,500 pounds per tank. So that's per engine, as they're each drawing off their own tank. Picked up a little bit of a push. We're doing about 228 knots, so about a 30 knot push from the back, which is nice to see. Go eat your dinner, Molly. Your dinner's not here. So fairly quiet on VATSim. No controllers. The other day when we flew in Friday to London from Edinburgh, it was pretty busy. We had ATC almost the entire way. And we had good vectors in for our landing in London. Having an issue with the flight engineer not completing the descent checks. Not sure what's causing it to stall out. But it's okay, we just have to drop the gear, put the lights on, and get the props fully forward for our landing. So it's okay, we can work around what we have there and what we need to do. We're 20 miles out. We're going to be heading out of the BTZ VOR, and that is going to take us out to the SSN VOR. That's 117.9. That's going to be on a heading of 236 degrees. We'll dial that in here, just as a reference. There's a lot to do manually in this thing. That's why I like the engineer. It is a three-man aircraft. I'm not used to doing it like you, when you were doing the AN 20. Stop looking at me, Molly. The AN 225 there. A five-man crew, and you're doing it all on your own. Craziness. Uno 747, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Don't forget to come over to the Discord as well. We have information about the flights and what happens there. Find a link in the description. I'm also going to put it up into... Oh, let's finish spelling it. You can also get the information on what we're flying and when, and you can join us. All these live streams are community flights, either on VATSim or multiplayer. So if you want to come along and join us, we're also doing VATSim at the moment. You're more than welcome to come along. Information about the aircraft, what we're flying, and the routes are all posted up on the Discord. So 1179 is already dialed in, so we're pretty much ready to go there. A little bit of cloud down below, nothing too major. I put your dinner out, I took you downstairs, now come on. You know I'm working. Okay, lie down if you're not going to go eat your dinner. You can have it later. Lie down for now. Beautiful moon set. Look at that, eh? That looks pretty cool. Grab a quick screenshot there. Back inside, a little quieter in here. 6.4 miles to go. We're down to 4.9, so let's get up top here. We're going to come in, we'll switch the VOR over. 1179. Next one is 1123. So let's get that to 3, we'll get that down to 2, and 117.9. You can see we got to make a bit of a right turn. Let's dial in the right turn. And it's a short one, we're only 20 miles away, so we're going to be quickly hanging south again. There's the moon coming across. And there we go. So the next heading we're going to want out of the SSN to the PPN VOR is going to be a heading of 171 degrees. We're basically going to hold that all the way down to the coast. There we go. That's the way we want to be going. And we're now down at the French-Spanish border. So the airport elevation down at Gibraltar is 14 feet. So we're going to treat pattern altitude of 1,000 feet. So we'll descend down to 1,000 feet over the water as we prep to come in for our landing. Now, current weather may change, but currently winds are still out of the west. They've come a bit further. Around, and we got less of a headwind now, but still going to be landing on runway 27. Weather is clear. It's currently 25 degrees. QNH is 1012, so the weather is pretty stable and around the standard. Seven miles to go. And this is the San Sebastian VOR we're headed to right now. Now we're going to be making the left turn down to the Pamplona VOR. Are you? I'm working off of SimBrief. I got 2,400 pounds per engine, 600 pounds per hour roughly. I've got 4 hours of fuel on board. Hi. Do you want me to bring your dinner over here? Is that what you would like? Yeah? Okay. I'll be right back. Well, let me make the turn first. So let me pop up. We'll switch the VORs after 1123, it's 1161. 1161. Here's the next VOR. So we'll make the left turn here. .30 degrees to go. And there we go. All right, I'll be right back. Gonna get Molly's dinner over here. Alright. Yeah, she wanted to eat with me in my room here. So I put the food at the door. She's happily going to town on it now. Alright. 28 miles to go. We're now heading pretty much a straight shot down towards Alicante. But there are a couple of VORs on the way. were you tankering fuel? Like, 4.5 hours. I mean, that's plenty of fuel. Like, we've only got about 2 hours of flying. So, I mean, you're looking at the 2-hour reserve. I mean, if I look at my brief, if I pull up, if I look at TPN, I don't know why it's giving it to me in tons. Oh, the flight plan. I could do the conversion, but I don't wanna. And I just closed everything down by a mistake. Alright, let's get this back up. Back into sim brief. Got my flight plan back, please. Thank you. Sky vector back up. Thank you. My nav log. There we go. Click the wrong button. Alright, 2.25 or 205. So instead it should have at PPN my flight plan. Well, let's go SSN. It should have said 9.7. So that's 19.4, 20. Yeah, I'm just slightly over my fuel. So I'm fine. My calculations are working. I do have a fuel factor in from previous experience though. So I don't know if you've calculated with that in place. Nice tailwind though, 232 knots. Assuming we'd have a great view of the mountains and stuff as we flew down through Spain here if we returned today. Yeah, I'm about 1,500 pounds, or no, 1,500. Well, 350 pounds per engine over, so that's a half an hour roughly extra on top of what the plan says. She ate most of her dinner. So luckily the next flight on Friday, and the next flight will be Friday. I have family coming. My niece is coming to stay with me tomorrow, so there'll be no flights Tuesday, Wednesday. The next flight's going to be a lot shorter. This is one of the longer ones in the series. In fact, it's the longest one. Well, it's tied with one in Africa at 3 hours. Of course, that's assuming you're flying a jet, which we're not, so you can double that time. As we're flying at about half the speed the jets do. Good rule of thumb flying the DC-6. It's going to take you twice as long as an airliner, modern airliner anyway. Alright, we're going to pop up top. Let's switch over to the next one. We're going to the CMA VOR, which is 116.1. So we'll dial that in. The next one after that is the CLS VOR of 117.55. There's 117. And 55. Back down here. We're out of range, but we're just going to keep this heading. It'll bring us close enough. Really? You find that 100 horsepower? I'm running at 1500 here. Or I'm running up. Hang on, what are you running at? Your BHP. Oh, you're doing extra calculations, are you? Yeah, I don't know how to calculate BHP off of BMEP and all that stuff. Alright, girl. Just lie down. If you've eaten what you want to eat, just lie down, okay? You'll get a treat later. There you go. Lie down. They're using charts. What are they? So you're assuming that the aircraft is modeled correctly according to the actual aircraft charts. Inches at 2,000 RPM. Yeah, I'm above that. And then this is a problem they have with actual aircraft, right? Because you have factory-produced charts. Some of the planes I flew, they're factory conditions, right? Factory set. It's like when you buy a car, and Porsche or whatever says, "Oh, she'll put out 390 brake horsepower." Well, I bet you if you took it from the dealer, took it right to a dyno, you might not get that 390 horsepower. So they're all going to be different. And as the aircrafts wear and get older and stuff, all these numbers are the variables start increasing. Even stuff like dings and dents and stuff on the fuselage after years of work, it starts to affect that's airflow and drag and all that stuff. So the chart may say one thing, the aircraft might be doing something different. In fact, an interesting thing, when I was in the artillery, when I first started my military career, we had charts for the guns. Certain angle of elevation, certain charge level, the round will go so far. And you could watch over the years as you fired the gun and they got worn, how that was decreasing because it wasn't factory condition, right? So you had to have compensation charts for every gun that showed that no, instead of firing 7,800 meters, it was now only firing 7,500 meters. Yeah, round engines do not like sudden power changes. In fact, any piston engine doesn't like sudden power changes. That's why I was always taught, even on Cessna 172s, and I did it with all the aircraft, is on takeoff, going to full power for takeoff, especially on an aircraft like that where you don't have to watch the power levels at the top end. Do it on a 5 count. Some people would just hammer it forward and you could hear it. But for the people that knew, they would ease forward, and you can hear them slowly bringing the power up. It doesn't cost you anything, and it only costs you a couple feet on the roll. But it's much easier on the engines. In fact, talking to mechanics, airplane mechanics, most piston-powered aircraft break on power changes. That's when something goes wrong. And that's because you're changing the stress loads inside the engine. And unlike car engines, which are built to operate on the bottom quarter of their RPM range most of the time, face it, you're on the highway cruising 2,000 RPM. The engine redline's close to 8,000. In aircraft, piston engine aircraft, you're operating about 90% full power, so the engines are under a lot of stress constantly. We're heading right down across eastern Spain from Paloma down to Alicante. Kind of staying to the east of that mountain, series of mountain ridges and peaks and stuff that run down that central eastern part on the east side of Madrid. So we have to bear in mind we're just heading down to 1,000 feet when we come in for our landing, so we're going to want to lose 11,000 feet. 5 miles per thousand, that's 50 plus another 5, so about 55 miles. We'll give it an extra 10 to 15 to slow down. So about 65 miles out or so, we're going to be beginning our descent. Now, if we look at one of our last waypoints here, and that is the what VOR is that one? The MGA VOR. Yeah, we're looking at about a 60-mile run to the airport, so around there we'll be starting to slow down. Yeah, it's one of my first instructor told me that, and I've done it ever since, and it makes sense. You know, gentle power changes. Especially if you're paying for the servicing on the aircraft. You want to minimize it as much as you can. So the route we're going to be taking for this entire series is going to take us down to Gibraltar. We're then going to fly probably the length of the Mediterranean, making a couple stops on the way as we head towards Egypt. Then we're going to be passing down the eastern side of Africa, down to South Africa. We'll cut southwest and head down to Cape Town itself. There are a couple aircraft around us actually. We got a Ryanair coming out of Cork heading down to Valencia, and we have a Lick. I don't know who that is. Don't identify that, but heading from Porto over to Toulouse. They'll be passing behind us, probably passing behind Kevin as well. hopefully as we fly south and the time changes come along, we'll be having light longer and longer. Flying in the dark's fun, and it'll be interesting with our landing into Gibraltar, but can't really see much. And it's worse on the stream because of the compression. It's interesting when you think of internal combustion engines as well. They're designed to run at full speed, and that's what the throttle body is for throttling the engine. So when you actually push on the accelerator or push forward on the throttle, you're not adding fuel or adding power. You're unrestricting the constrictions you put on it, allowing it to actually operate at full power. Still not picking it up yet. Oh yeah, once we start heading south, I think we'll get into a little bit more light, as their days will be getting longer as we fly south. I still think we're going to have dark landings on most of them. We just might have the light a little bit longer in the cruise. Yeah, and I don't know about ATC in Africa. We might get some in the Med. We'll have to see about that. Alright, we're almost halfway to the next VOR. We're still not picking it up. Let's do a check on it. Since it's a high altitude VOR, Calabucha VOR. Check the frequency here. CMA 116. Ah, I might have made an error. Let me just double check that. 116. Did I put in the wrong thing? I think I did. There she is. Oh, we're fine towards it anyway. I'll do a slight course correction. 58 miles out. That's why it's good to double check if things are not looking the way they should. Thought maybe it was a low power VOR, but Kevin said he'd gone through and checked them all, so wanted to make sure it was the right one. I am picking it up now. 116.0, not 116.1. I think I wrote my point became a bit elongated, and I thought it was a 10 instead of 0.0. Anyway, we're heading towards it. 56 miles out. I'm going to blame Roger. Roger dialed in the wrong frequency. Not at all me reading it wrong and writing down the wrong thing and then entering it in myself. Nope, not at all. That's La Zaragoza. You should be getting it soon. It is a high altitude one, so should be there. You might be blocked by we're coming into the mountains, and it is up in the mountainous area, so there might be a line of sight issue. No, you got it right. Well, I'm getting my frequencies off of Sky Vector, so. All right, we're looking good. 239 ground speed, which is nice to see. Funny, it says we should be going into a headwind at 12,000 feet, but I'm getting a 30-knot push. As for weather, we're looking good. There's some cloud in the area. There's a bigger storm system off our left side. A little bit off to the right over the hills, but nothing major. Yeah, I know, but Sky Vector gives it to me in a simple chart that I'm using to run through. But Kevin, knowing you're putting down your fuel burn at every waypoint as well, so you can match it against projections, so I'm not quite doing that. You are, aren't you? Oh, I knew it. Big wind farm off the edge here. You can see all the red lights. Tops of the towers. This would be on the hills that are just over here. Start of the little mountain range that we're going to be flying. Yeah, kind of over, kind of beside. It's going to be mostly off to our right. Let's check our fuel. Looks like engine 2 is the best fuel, and engine 4 is the best fuel burn. I think 3 is the worst. Just followed slightly behind by 1. That's okay, they're old engines. It's an old airplane. Alright, 26 miles to go. Let's groove into the tunes here. Pop down, we can take another look at our instruments here. Everything is good. Pressures, everything's where it should be. Temperature, it's dropped a little bit. It's minus 3 or 4 degrees. It's looking good. Cylinder head temperatures and everything are looking good. So 10 to 0, we are turned on. And we are doing well. So it looks like the issues I had with the Nvidia graphics drivers, the latest update that just came out a couple days ago, August 6th, I believe. They were causing the sim to crash. Rolled back to ones I had the last update I did, which is actually back in March, and we're working fine. So those drivers are no good. We're almost parallel with Madrid. Just after we pass CMA. Fuel pressure? It's up. It's fine. That means the engines are drawing fuel properly and the pumps are working properly. If you were way up over 30 on one of them, that would be an issue. And if you dropped right down, that would be an issue as well. But they're good. I wouldn't call it a limit line, it's more of a this is your operational band for it. So your fuel pressure, because the engines are engine-driven fuel pumps, they're not electrical. You use the electrical pumps when you start and then you shut them off. So the fuel-driven pumps are at maximum pressure when the engine's at cruise power setting. So when you're up in the cruise, that's when you're going to see the highest readings. We'll do a slight corrective turn here. And then we'll get ready to switch to the CLS VOR. This is the Calais, Valencia. High is freezing and low is dilution. What? Not sure what you're talking about. I mean, there is a system in place where in the Arctic that you pump fuel into the oil, which lowers its freezing temperature. That's the dilution for the oil system. And then once you start the aircraft, as the engines warm up, it vaporizes the fuel in the oil and it kind of burns off. There's switches around here for that. Can't remember where they are. Somewhere up here, I think. Anyway, we're going to switch over now to 11755 for the Valencia. After 11755, it's 1138. There we go, 1138. Hang on, Kevin. Let me just do this. Come over here. There we are at 74. We're going to make a left turn. You get a higher fuel pressure if it's freezing. What do you mean? What's freezing? I mean, your fuel pressure is your fuel pressure. All that's telling you is if your pumps are failing or if there's an issue, right? So your fuel doesn't freeze until it reaches the freezing point, and then it freezes. So if your fuel's cold or warm, that's not really going to make that much of a difference, especially when you're flying at altitude and it's cooled down and it's not like 40 degrees on the ground. The dilution thing, it pumps fuel from the fuel tanks and it pumps it into the oil system. So it's got nothing to do with your fuel pressure. What it does is it thins the viscosity of your oil so that it gives it a lower freezing point temperature-wise. So overnight in the Arctic, for instance, when you go to start the aircraft up the next morning, it will keep the viscosity down so that you can turn the engines over and fire them up. There's plenty of cases where the bush pilots and stuff up in the north during the winter, they'd have to start fires under their engine so the heat would start to thaw the oil because they couldn't even hand pull the engines around, it was so thick. And that was an issue, so there's that. I don't know if the DC-6 was a wet wing or if it was bladdered. If it was a wet wing, it would cool off faster once you got up in the air. But even the bladders would cool off fairly quickly. The fuel temperatures. But you'll notice that in this aircraft, there's no fuel temperature gauge, unlike the airliners, because we're not going high enough to get up into the area where the fuel's going to start to freeze. Wait, oil, you need to know if it's thinned out enough to run the engines at power, and oil pressure. But fuel, it's just fuel pressure, is my pump's providing enough. I think so. If you lost fuel pressure on, say, the number 4 engine, you could go up top. Let's go all the way up to your booster pumps, and you would turn on your booster pumps on high as an emergency. But in flight, those pumps are off, and it's a mechanically driven pump off the back of the engine. So the round engines have what they call accessories on the back, so your generators, your magnetos, fuel pumps, water pump, depending on what you need. So it's all driven from the engine itself, but you need the electric one to get the fuel pressure up to get her going. Oh yeah, they used to do it all the time. Alright, we're heading down to CLS, which is 11755. Next one is going to be Alcante 113.8, which is dialed in. And that is down on the coast. So we're making our way, we're getting there. Let's go with Jazz. Oh, we got aircraft in front of us. There's the Ryanair. He's going into Valencia. Yeah, he's going into Valencia, so he's descending down. He's right ahead of us now. There he is there. So as mentioned, next live stream will be on Friday. Riding to Mallorca. So we got a mod installed. We should see some lighted buoys off of the end of runway 27 when we come in. But there's no approaches, no arrivals. It's usually a record approach, I guess. So we'll self-vector. Actually, Kevin, I'm wondering if the drivers was what was causing the recording problem. That whole video was stuttery. So I'm wondering if it was the Nvidia drivers caused that issue as well. Are you on the CLS VOR? If so, what's your distance to it? No, to CLS? Charlie Lima Sierra? I'm 17 and I think you're way behind me. Sure that's not CMA? Yeah, you're one behind me. That's what I thought. Okay. There's that Ryanair down there. He's going into land. So we're 89 miles from CLS to ALT. Pretty much on the right heading, so let's come up here. We'll switch over now to 1138. The next one after that is the MGA of 1120, and that's a long one. That's like 200 miles, so we won't pick that one up right away. very quiet down here in regards to other traffic. So we're about 100 miles from the coast, and then we're going to make a right turn heading down to the coast of Basol, Balaga. We got a little ways to go. 236 knot ground speed, not bad. Oh, chugging along. $88 miles. Where's Valencia laid out? And the lights there. There's the aircraft going into land. There's the airport. He's heading in. Very peaceful here at night, but not a lot to see. So we're going to want a 244 degree heading basically when we leave. So I'm going to use this as a reminder of where we want to be. That's 240. I'll be about there. What we'll do is we'll stay on the VOR because we're not going to pick up the next one. 200 miles, so we'll fly outbound. We'll put it directly behind us around that 244 mark, and then we will head out from there. So you imagine flying like this airplane with 4 engines and all that stuff, 12,000 feet. Imagine doing this World War II, the bombers, which is only 10 or so years before this airplane. But doing this for like 9 or 10 hours, 12 hours going into Berlin and Germany and back. If Airplane Evident come out with their Lancaster, we could have recreated a couple of those flights. But I guess not. Although there's apparently a B-17 coming. Everybody's gone quiet about it. Like the previews that came out on it were a year ago. Nearing completion, August 2023. Oh well. just found out that the event I was going to be going to my niece with tomorrow night has been cancelled. No, we're not doing it. So we will be streaming tomorrow and Wednesday. Yeah. So we'll be continuing on with the series. Tomorrow we'll be doing the one that I originally posted the note down for on Friday, so I'm going to adjust that. Actually, I haven't posted that yet. But let me do that now. So we will be back. Glass Cockpit 732. Really? Interesting. Just gonna post up on the Discord the flight information for tomorrow. People aren't happy that they're doing a glass cockpit 732? Really? They might have them in real life. In fact, you think they would have them in real life. I think it was wasn't it Micro Pros was going to do the B-17? Nah, don't know. Haven't seen anything regarding release date for it yet. Oh, they want the original steam gauges. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that for sure. Oh, bump the mouse there. Alright, 26 miles away, we're getting down towards the coast. Almost time to make the big turn. That's Alicante coming up. You can see the edge of the coastline there. Zoom in a little bit. There's the coast. There's Alicante. Oh, Kevin, if you remember, we had that viewer that used to come in. Lived in Alicante. Can't remember his name. Fuel 16, roughly 1,600 pounds per engine. We're looking good. We're down to about 2 hours of fuel. We should have about an hour or so when we land. Wayne? Not Spitfire Wayne. Yeah. I can't remember his name. But anyway, how you doing back there? You're chugging along? Is everything within limits for you? He never flew with us, but he always used to log in and say hi. Very friendly guy. Flamboyant, I'll put it that way. Yeah. Do a little bit of a turn, get ourselves centered a little bit better towards the VOR. Heading towards the VOR, and again, once we get there, we're going to make that turn towards about 245. 244 degrees. And we'll head off in that direction along the coast. About 3 miles out, we'll make the turn. It'll give us a nice arc down onto the outbound radial. There we go. We'll start the turn. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Alright, we just overflew. Keep our turn going. Hey, Tommy. How are you? All right, we're almost on the heading here. Going on about 245. And that will be right about there. So we'll let the aircraft fly for a bit until we get the VOR actually well behind us, and then we'll stabilize. We'll solidify our course here. Like a nav 2 is picking something up over here. Alright, and we do have a 200-mile run here. Tommy, honestly, vaguely, but I'm kind of bad with that type of thing. Let me see. Kevin was saying that we should look at chart 03. So if we pull up our charts here. So you're saying we should do the SRA? Civilian for runway 27. Well, that ain't gonna work. Oh, charts from 2003. Oh, Jesus. I was looking at the military assist. I can get in. I'm not worried. I'll do a visual, self-vector visual. It's all good. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, Tommy, sorry. I'm drawing a blank on that, unfortunately. I'll put it down to old age. I can barely remember who I talked to this morning. I have no idea what we're listening to right now. Let's check out the dunes. This is some weird jazz. See what dune sounds like. Recommended you a flight route in Microsoft Flight Sim? Yeah, I could have. If I did, I hope it helped and you did it and enjoyed. Sorry, I had a lot going on over the last month or two, so my retention powers have faded a little bit. But that's on me, not you. KVAP to NWER. Let me take a look at that, see if it does ring a bell. AVP. Sure it's not KEWR, that's Newark. $81-mile route. It's at down to Newark from where are we? Wilkes. Scranton International. Scranton. Oh, looks like a nice flight. Down into busy airspace in Newark. Yeah, sorry, not ringing any bells. I feel bad, but that's my mind like a sieve. All right, as you can see, we're pretty much kind of bang on here, flying away from that VOR. So what we're going to do, we're going to come up. It's going to be a while. But we're going to switch over. And I'm going to put in 11775, which is our last one. That's going to go dead. Now 11775 is CEU VOR. Now it's the one that goes past, so we're not going to go all the way there. The one we're flying to now is the one near Magdala, and then we're going to head down back out over the water in the Mediterranean and prep for landing as we come down there. So it's going to be on that course. We don't have an ILS, I mean, we're doing a visual approach into our destination, so see how that goes. Now, if we look at the current weather, we'll get an update. VFR conditions, 24 degrees and clear, visibility 10 miles, no ceiling, 12 knots at 2401012 is the barrel. currently 1:20 in the morning. Or coming up 4 anyway. Excited for 24. Yes and no. It looks interesting. It looks like they've made some improvements. Looks like they've done some cool stuff. I'm worried about all the add-ons, whether they're going to translate over, especially some of these aircraft that we know got good aircraft that we're flying and everything seems to be working. Because it went from Microsoft saying, yeah, everything will be able to switch over, to developer after developer saying either they're releasing versions for the 2020 and a different version for 2024, or they're saying when it comes out there'll be a delay and then they'll come out with a version for it. So I might not get it right away. I might hang on and see what the reviews and stuff are. We'll have to see. Looks good. And if they've managed to rewrite a lot of the processes and stuff under the hood, then it could be good. Could be good indeed. I'm going to step away for a minute. First Officer Molly wants her to treat, and I got to put her food away that she didn't need to eat. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Alright, we're back, sorry. First Officer Molly had to go outside. I had to run her down and do that. It's looking very nice out, nice stars. Kevin's made the turn. So we're heading down now, over some mountains and that. Still got the Dune style music playing. Looks like we're picking up the VOR, so we're halfway down the length of this leg. 100 miles to go, heading directly forward. So, well dialed in me. And again, this is this ties for one of the longest legs on this route. It's pretty much like a 6-hour leg, 5.5-hour leg. I think the airtime it was giving us on the flight plan was, let me pull it up. What did it say? Where is it? 5 hours, 26 minutes. Going to be a little bit longer than that. We were delayed leaving, so I'm sure the winds have changed slightly. But we're doing good. So at the MGA VOR, we're going to make a turn of about 219 degrees, and that's going to head us downwards. We'll start our descent around there, and then we'll moderate at that point as we get closer to the airport. So we're about 1,000 feet down at about 8 miles, 10 miles out, with everything set up for landing. Yeah, we got the coastline just down that way. Quite a bit at this point, but we're going to be getting closer shortly. So 215 knots, so we still got a little bit of a push going, which is nice. How was the flight, Tommy? Pretty busy corridor there, so if you were doing it during the daylight, you get some good views, built up areas, highways, especially running in that area, pretty congested. Firm landing? Well, as long as the aircraft isn't broken. As they say, any landing you can walk away from is a good one. So once we're down on the ground, Kevin, what do you say? We go to the south apron? I think the I think the north side would be for commercial jets and the like. I think we're going to the south side. They can deal with the cargo there. Not sure what the ramp configuration is there. It doesn't show it on my charts. Just the north side. Alright, we're well into 4 hours on the stream. As I mentioned, there's one more leg of this length down in Africa. The rest should be considerably shorter. Of course, we've got the terrain in the area we've got to be worried about. No real nav aids here either. So if I come in Charlie, and I'll keep on the west side as far as I can, then if you come down Delta, you should be able to tuck in behind me, I guess. Should be able to get 2 aircraft in there. ATC requires 6 minutes to secure runway for use, including overflights below 500 feet. All areas of the airport, other than designated runways, turning circles, taxiways, or aprons, are to be treated as non-load-bearing surfaces. Main road crosses runway 0927 at midpoint. Civilian use prior permission required. Well, our planners would have called and we have prior permission, so that's good. $75 miles. Yeah, it looks like the stars have really come out. There's the Galaxy. Right there, Milky Way. Looking nice. Bye now, Molly. What, to get prior permission? You're at airplane parking in Newark. Molly, stop moving. You got guck in your eyes. Come on. There you go. Now you can see. Car's getting long. Got to get her to the groomer. She's going at the end of the month. And I got an appointment set up for her. So the lights ahead is Granada. It's coming up. The weirdy plane. What plane are you flying? Is it an oddball airplane? How are we doing on fuel? Alright, we're still above 1,000. Engine 3 is the thirstiest. It's just above 1,000 pounds, so it's still about an hour and 40 minutes. Didn't have to use the auxiliary tanks at all. It's nice. Oh, somebody just took off out of Megala. 767-300 heading to Malaga. Valencia. Home of the oranges, I believe. Valencia oranges. Hi, girl. Yeah, yeah. Can you lie down? Can you lie down? You know, you're in a bad spot. You're right in front of my rudder pedals. Private jet. Oh, the Citation. That's cool. I've actually got a series for the private jet I'm going to do at some point. Flying around the world as a private jet pilot. Charter jet. Charter, I guess. Yeah, charter jet charters. If I was to name the company Charter Jet, then it would be a charter jet charter. And if you pointed at the aircraft on the ramp, you could say, hey, that's a charter jet charter jet. How's that for tricky? Easy to know, good speed, smooth. It's the thing with these charter jets is they're fast and they sit low, so they do give you an odd sense as you come in that you think you're down, but you're still like 10 or 15 feet above the ground. You flare too quickly or too early, and you drop. So it is an issue. I'll give you that. Yeah, it's a shipping ships. Yeah. A ship shipping ships. Or whatever, however many shippings it was. Alright, Tommy. Have a good night. So we got that 767 coming out of Malaga. He'll be out here somewhere. He'll be above us in no time. Shipping ships, yeah, something like that. A lot of shipping. Molly's very affectionate today. Needy. We had a whole session earlier where she gets lots of loving from her. Now she's sitting here, keeps poking me and rubbing my leg. I'm not ignoring you. I have stuff I have to do. Okay? You used to be so good when you were a little puppy. You used to sleep on a mat in the doorway. The entire time I was flying, you wouldn't make a sound. Alright, we're under 50 miles out from the VOR. We're going to be turning on 219 roughly. Put that there to remind us. 71 miles to that CEU VOR, which is down on the North African coast. So we're not going that far, that's for sure. So we'll self-vector off of that direction when we get to where we need to turn inbound. And we're over flying Granada now. Give a little bit of a left kick there just to get us straight on that needle again. There we go. Yeah, come in over the water from that side. Let's see if there's an update. We are... Yeah, winds are pretty much straight down the runway at 14 knots, 22 degrees and clear, 1011. Visibility and ceiling are all good. Almost Cavu, I would say. A few bandings of what might be precipitation down as we come off the coast, but I think we should miss it for the most part. Alright, that other guy is just about to pass me here. There he is. He's heading over to Valencia. Another big airplane. Running a wide body to do that run, but sure. Whatever. You probably didn't see anything there with all the compression on in the darks on YouTube. I know! It's compressed, Molly. It's compressed. .33 miles to go, about 10 minutes. It's currently 1:45 in the Zulu time zone. About 1:45 down here. We're coming in late. Again, we were late getting off the ground. A little bit of delay at Heathrow as I tried to get those drivers fixed, so I'll put it down to a tire getting replaced. And that delayed us. No, that's a bad spot to lie down, Molly. Can you come over? Oop. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, hang on. Let me go deal with her. That was her tail. That's why I don't like her curling up around the chair. When she was right down at my feet by the rudder pedals, and I just edged slightly back to give her room to move, and it pinched her tail with the runner on the wheel. I'm usually pretty good at looking around before I roll, but she's okay. She's okay. There's Malaga. I gave her a little treat. Well, maybe. I gave her a little treat, made sure she's okay. I checked her tail. She didn't flinch or anything when I touched it, so nothing major. I think it just pinched the skin a little bit. Anyway, 15 miles to go. We're going to be heading on that 219, we'll call it. And then we'll start down as well. kill the atmospheric tunes here. And we'll get ready to come in. It's been a long flight. Oh, she's back. Hi. Can you lie down out here, please? Lie down, Molly. Lie down. I'm almost done, but you gotta lie down. Alright, there's 13 miles. Alright, so you guys over there are all set and ready to go. Take your seats again. And we'll get ready for our landing. I'm going to move that up out of the way. And I'm probably going to have to reach down here for the landing gear. She's lying in the doorway, well clear of the chair. Alright, 10 miles to go. Not seeing any weather on the weather forecast in the area. Just, as I mentioned, a couple little bands of precipitation, but other than that, it looks like the weather is clear. And by bands, I mean really thin bands. Might even just be false echoes. No, go lie down. Come on. I know you heard your name, but go lie down. So once we get through 5 miles, we'll begin our turn. There's the town coming up. Of course, there's a huge issue coming up with Gibraltar right now. It looks like Spain is going to put a hard border in, which is going to cause no end of problems. That's the only way off the island, and I think over half of the people actually work in Spain, live in Gibraltar. Alright, so there's 5 miles coming up. We'll pop up top, switch over to 11775. There we are. And we will begin our turn. Here we're going to about 219. Now once we level out from the turn, we'll begin our descent. There we go. Initially we're going to go down to about 1900, or 1900, about 3,000, and then we'll adjust from there. Malaga area traffic, Caribou 32, flight level 120. Descending inbound for the visual runway 27 Gibraltar. So, altitude hold off. We'll do a couple notches for our descent. We'll go about 700 feet per minute, roughly. Let the aircraft settle in. Go. Let's do our descent checks.
26 inches, please. Setting 26 inches. Set. Descent checklist, please. Altimeters and flight instruments cross-checked. Seatbelt signs on. On. Engine blower is low. Low. Descent checks are complete.
Descent checks are complete, so we're heading down over in this direction. Coming down nicely, about 700 feet per minute. Now there's a mod installed that should put a couple of illuminated buoys on the approach. We'll see how that works. All illuminated all the way around. This is the area that comes down to the, what do they call it, the Pillars of Hercules, the entrance into the Mediterranean. Getting some wind here, bouncing. Going to check for turbulence. We are in an area of turbulence. So we'll have to watch that. We're no longer descending. That's better. For some reason it decided to lock on. Try to keep that 700 foot per minute descent going. So much for learning a lesson. She's curled up behind the chair now. That's fine. We'll just keep an eye out for her. She's usually pretty good when I tell her to move. Then I'm going to push back. She gets up and gets out of the way. So we're going to go down to 3,000 feet initially, but I don't want to be going down too quickly. We're still a fair distance out. We'll just keep watching. So for our landing, we're going to have 5,853 feet. So we're going to be heavy. We're going to be coming in at probably just over 100 knots. So we are going to use the reverse to help slow us down. And we are going to have to roll all the way to the end and then do the turnaround and come back. So we got plenty of room between us and Kevin, so that won't be an issue. So there's 9,000 feet. We're going to go over to local QNH now as we're continuing our descent down. It's 1011. So we'll get that dialed in. We'll be there. There we go. 9,000 feet. Coming up for 8,000. It's too bad this is just a repeater. We have to set it up on a different channel. Actually 268 is the runway heading. So go there. $7,000 feet coming up. Now, the last couple times after flaps 20, when I do the before landing checks, that's where it locks up. Well, we'll see what happens this time. See the coast of Africa ahead of us. $6,000 feet. Watching and monitoring. So we do got the big rock there. There is going to be turbulence as we approach. We do have a decent wind blowing, and it is going to be blowing around the rock. We can expect winds coming up from our left side, jostling us as we come in for landing. Short final. 5,000. I think there's the airport over there. It's 4,000 feet. Turn to 240. In-range checks.
Cooling turbine. Normal. Fuel booster pumps. On low. Fuel tank selectors. Mains on, crossfeed off. Hydraulic bypass valve. Down. No smoking signs. On.
3,000 feet.
In-range checks complete.
Turning to 270. Airport's ahead. $270. 2,000 feet. Gonna start our lower our descent rate. And 4 landing checks.
Setting flaps 20.
Airport's ahead. Yeah, see, she just kind of locks up at this point. So 1,500 feet. We're gonna lock it in. I'm gonna abort that. We're gonna go to manual mode. Lights are on. Prop fully forward. Start bringing that power back. Speed up to about 150. There's the airport ahead. keep about 150, 160. I think I'm a little bit south, so we'll do a bit of a turn. I think I can make out those strobes on the water there. That's good enough. Speed's creeping up. Gear down. Gears in transit. Nose gear. Mains, 3 green. Okay, we're doing the visual approach. Here's the water markers. I don't know if you can see them, Kevin, but well, we'll see them as we get a little bit closer. But yeah, they're there. It's pretty cool. Speed's 140. Next notch of flats. No, lie down, Molly. We're looking good. Good girl. I'll be with you in a minute. See the lights there? Leading into the runway. And there's our markers there. It looks like I got whites and reds. Excellent. So, flaps down. Gibraltar area traffic, Caribou 32, short final, runway 27 Gibraltar. Down we go. Bring her around. Got speed about 130. We're high. Bringing that power back. There we go. 3 whites, 1 red. Oh, Molly barks and I get a sim freeze. It's okay, Malls. There we go. A little low, tower. I'm gonna keep her above 100. Full flats. High, a little turbulent. We don't want to be high. We don't have a lot of runway here. Rather drag slightly than be high. There we go, 2 and 2. down. Let's get that power. Watch that speed, 100 knots, 100 knots, 100 knots, 100 knots. Try to get her down at the end here. Oh, that's going to be hard. Alright, reversers are off. Yeah, not my best landing. I don't think I can get into the south side here. Oh yeah, we can over there. Okay. Alright, let's do a turnaround here. We should be able to get her around in here. This thing has a good turning circle. Gibraltar area traffic, Caribou 32 backtracking runway 27 for the south apron. Yeah, I was right on the edge of stall coming in. Should have been a little bit quicker. Alright, so we're going to come in on Charlie here. And pull right, there's the rock. Right there. You just kind of make it out. There's not going to be a lot of room here. Try to put it in as far over as we can. Oh, there's plenty of room. We'll go in here. Kevin's got all of this to play with. Let's park it up here. Gibraltar area traffic, Caribou 32 clear, runway 27 at Charlie on the south apron. Guys do their thing.
After landing checks complete.
Alright, so let's get this thing parked up. Go. Jump back inside, we'll get the parking brake on, and we can shut her down.
Parking brake is set. Cut entrance.
There we go. They're going to go through their routine. also going to get this ready because we're going to make sure that we have the GPU, pedal covers, wheel chocks all in place.
Parking checks complete.
There we
This
go.
parking is too small for your aircraft.
We're going to
Deboarding
request
requested.
deboarding. We're going to make sure we got that in, and that in, and that in. I'm going to give you the ground power. There we go. I'm going to open up the door. And get the stairs down.
Do you want to deboard crew?
Ah, sure. Why
Crew
not?
bus is coming.
All right, so there they are working on the aircraft, getting her unloaded. You can see all the crates and stuff in the back there. Good flight tonight, and we'll be continuing on tomorrow as we fly out of Gibraltar. Thanks for coming along, Kevin. Thanks for flying, and we will see you all on the next one. Take care.
Crew deboarding
Bye for now.
started. Pilots deboarding starting.